everyone. Welcome to our sprints that are going to be TBRathon themed. You absolutely do not have to be doing TBRathon to be hanging out with us. I'm kind of treating this as a closing sprint session for those of you who are only here for, our month-long event, but also as a kind of celebration reminder to keep on trucking because it's just the start of the year-long event. I hope you all are having a really good day. I saw that quite a few friends were already here in the chat, and I really appreciate you, being here. The first comment was Bree, Locked Booktician. Everyone, you gotta go check her out. She's an amazing creator, and she's so thoughtful. She's so funny. I'm kind of obsessed with her. She knows I'm obsessed with her. So yeah, anyways, definitely check her out. I was so pleased. Honestly, it made my day just seeing that my friend Bree said hello. So yeah, but also so many of you are here as well. I'm not seeing the comments coming up in the chat, which is kind of weird because usually it should be up on the screen. So I'm wondering what's going on there, if there's an issue. Let me see here. Because you guys should come up. I wonder if something's going on there. Oh, there it is. Weird. It was so delayed. Anyway, I saw the comments in my area, but I like having it on the screen so you guys can see yourselves coming up too. But anywho, I see everyone's here from various parts of the world. I saw like Australia, Germany. Some people are here at work. I know that Jess, this Kiwi, unfortunately can't be hanging out with us because she's at work, but happy to have you here. Hello from North Carolina. Hello, Hannah. Have a snowstorm coming in. Yeah, it's also friends, stay safe for various reasons, right? We know what's going on in the world right now, but also weather. So storm warnings galore. Here it's extremely cold. I think we're currently having like a temperature warning. So hopefully everyone else is staying safe as well. Stopped at the bookstore this morning, so stocked for today. Very nice. Oh yeah, I wonder how many people are like crossing their fingers to finish their last books of January, and how many of us have just kind of jumped in and accepted we're moving on to February reads, which is totally fine. Hello, I see that Helen from Sweden is here, Montana and Scotland, Ontario, Canada. I have a wedding to attend this summer, and it's up in Ontario, so I'm very excited about that actually. Colorado, very nice. Yes, everyone stay warm and safe. Yeah, both of those things would be really nice. Brazil, very cool. Bethany just finished Will of the Many this morning. And actually, so you see that I'm reading Cast. So I do have that here. I'm about to start it. This was supposed to be on my January reads, and I just didn't get to it. I'm blaming the fact that it being a nonfiction. I just haven't dedicated time to it. But I also have Will of the Many as a current read as well. It's very early days. I'm only like, I think I'm 10% of the way through. I'm on like chapter 6 of many, many chapters. So that is something I'll probably pick up at some point today. But my thought was, let me focus on Cast so I can get started here. Pow is here. Hello, Pow. I love how I recognize a few more people who've been hanging out with us for quite some time. I hope you're having a good day. Frigid, Central PA. Yeah, Sam, that's kind of where I'm at. I'm Southern PA. It's quite cold here too. Finished last January read last night. Congratulations, Samantha, starting February read, right? It's kind of like it's January, but we're not finishing it today. So it's going to be a February read. Only one more book that I know I will finish today. Rest will go into February. Sounds good. Pete. Reading for January until 11:59. Yes, Anna, that's true. We're technically all reading for January, even though we might, notice that the chance of us finishing it before midnight probably not going to happen, but that's okay. Finished Murder at the Vicarage last night. Jamie, that is a current read. And I realized the end of the month just kind of snuck up on me because this is a read that we have in the Manor for only Christy and the book club, and it's a reread for me, and I've been thoroughly enjoying my reread. But I just realized, wow, I'm not going to finish our book club read for January, but we're going to be discussing it next weekend, so that it's fine. I've got time to finish it, but. Let's see here. Dress warmly when you're here. Yeah, I plan to. I mean, it's going to be the summer, but obviously it's still going to be a cooler summer when I'm up in Ontario. 40 in Montana. And for those who don't know, we're speaking in Fahrenheit. That would be extremely hot in Celsius. So we're talking 40 in Montana. Oh my gosh, it's actually quite That's quite warm even in the winter for Montana. I know we're in the negatives. I think that we are predicting like -7, weirdly enough, which again, Fahrenheit is what I'm speaking in. Working your way through Way of Kings, Sarah. Good luck. Yeah, it's just going to be a slow read. I don't even know. I'm going to be taking my time with it while I read other things because I don't. There's no reason. There's no big priority for me to read The Will of the Many in any timely fashion, and so I know I'm going to be finishing many books while I'm working on it. This month seemed to last forever. Yeah, Tuesday. It snuck up on me because I felt like January was taking a long time. Like, it's weird how that works. Finally got your request for The Will of the Many. Very nice, Jamie. Probably going to start that tomorrow. Yeah, it's a chunky one. I've got my physical copy right here from the library. Yeah. And we talked about this before elsewhere, but my area, apparently, they're just not that interested in Will of the Many because it was very easy for me to get my copy, and our library system only has one copy in the entire system. So it just goes to show you, different areas have different preferences. Obviously, it depends. Like the libraries recognize whether they have like a group of patrons who prefer thrillers or are more into horror, romance, and so I don't think many, we don't have a big fantasy reading population in my area, apparently. Yeah, it is February. So yeah, no, this is true, actually. So it is February over on the other side of the world, Australia and New Zealand and many, many other countries. They're saying Happy February. That's so true. Normally weird about rollovers, but this month I'm like, meh, who cares? Yeah, I love the idea at the end of the year, at the end of the month, to have like a clean slate. And yet here we are. I'm carrying over quite a few books. I've got Cast, which I'm going to start today, so that will automatically be carried over. Will of the Many, Night Film, and Murder at the Vicarage. So I'll be carrying over all of these books, which is okay. Like, I think they're all very different, and so it just kind of makes sense I'm in between all of them. Starting the Benson murder case. Oh my gosh, after my video. Yes, because okay, so for those who don't know, you don't have to go watch it. I'm not self-promoting. I'm not trying to push you guys to watch that video. But speaking of the Benson murder case, apparently the reason why Book Quilt Eras, let me know if I'm saying that right, is reading this book because it's celebrating 100 years. I did a video where I was discussing 10 different books that were published in 1926. Isn't that kind of wild? And all of them are still quite well known. I would say like maybe a couple you won't recognize depending on, your own interests in literature, but most of them are really well known, and it's kind of crazy how they've survived for 100 years. My copy of Will of the Many just arrived yesterday. Shall start it soon. Yeah, I feel like so for those who don't know, this is also a very like chill group read for the Manor. And we just have like a discussion going. And I think most of us either didn't have access until the end of January or whatever. So it wasn't really going to be a read that we all got to in January. I can't wait to see Bethany's thoughts because Bethany was rereading the book. And so it'll be interesting to see her thoughts moving forward. Yeah, so Hannah, that's why. I just saw your comment, Hannah, being like, why is everyone reading Will of the Many? It's only because obviously with Strength of the Few, there was a lot of hype surrounding the first book, and the few of us who didn't get to it were like, this might be our sign. Let's finally read, Will of the Many, and then see if we want to continue book 2, because there was a lot of hype surrounding it. City of Stairs, I see, is in another Hannah's collection. That's going to be our group read for February, which is going to be really fun, for Murder Amongst the Fairies with Brittany Loves Reading, her Patreon. Night Film, so I'm only about 100 pages in, which sounds kind of wild to say only 100, but as you know, Jamie, Night Film, it's like the physical copy, it's in the other room. It's about like 600 pages because there is mixed media. The chapters are very short and choppy. Like there's many reasons why it's like a chonky what we would call it, like horror mystery. And I'm intrigued. I will say I'm still meeting the players. I've met a couple characters so far. There's not much more I can say because I'm reading it for kind of a secret project, which I hate to say because I feel badly. I'm usually really open with everybody, but there's a reason why I'm not discussing this book. Finally starting Fourth Wing. Kind of scared to start. That happens with very hyped books, especially when the train's already kind of happened. The series is obviously ongoing, but I know what you mean. When I read a book that's very, very popular, I'm like, Oh no. Like, should I have read it when it was getting popular? We also see Portugal is here. Hello, Joanna. How are you? Or Joanna, I would imagine, is actually. I was saying it in like kind of like the Dutch German way. So I apologize about that. That was my automatic knee jerk reaction. Um, just got a copy of Will of the Many recently. Oh yeah, so may have to join us. Yeah, join us. We're all still reading it very casually. About to start the Titan's Curse. Very nice. Sounds good. Yellow Rose. Also, I hope you're doing well. I know that you had surgery, or you're preparing for surgery. I wasn't sure the timeline, but I hope you're doing okay. As people start commenting, I have more thoughts. Life has been busy, heavy. Yeah, yeah, for sure. You kind of set us up. So we'll be almost like relying on, on your initial thoughts, Bethany, as we all kind of start entering the book. So I appreciate you being almost kind of like the guinea pig. You're the first to jump in, and so then we can kind of base our thoughts on you. I have 3 books left of my January TBR. Not likely to finish them before February comes in. Yeah, totally understand that, Millie. I'm in the same boat as you. Got food, hot chocolate for snow here in Georgia. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Hermetic Imp. Isn't that wild to think that like snow is reaching even that far south? That's crazy. Brittany, I just mentioned you. Hello. Brittany loves reading, for those who are seeing her in the chat. It's her Patreon, my Patreon in February. We're joining forces, and we're going to be reading City of Stairs by Robert Jackson Bennett, which I also saw someone mention A Drop of Corruption in the chat. So love to see that. I hope you're enjoying it. I think Michelle, yeah, you're carrying it over into February. Well, I hope it's a good carryover. It's not a carryover being like, ugh, I'm dragging this book with me, but I don't want to read it. I also see Nellie's reading Bloom by Delilah S. Dawson. I love that book. For those who don't know, I know there's another book called Bloom that's also popular. I think it's a graphic novel, but this is a horror novella. It's very fun. It's very camp, very cottagecore horror, and I enjoyed it. So Nellie, I hope you like it. Oh, you finished it. Wait a second. I'm not even reading your comment thoroughly. Probably be your last book for January. But I hope you liked it. If you didn't, I'm sorry to hear that. But I hope you enjoyed it. Meanwhile, we're reading some like more serious Parable of the Sower, Octavia Butler, Bells. I hope that you find that profound. It's on my list. I just have to prepare myself because I feel like it's going to be a darker read. Hello, Lenny. How are you? Currently snacking on an orange, drinking tea because I've got a cold. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Take care of ourselves. The orange is a good idea. Some citrus, some vitamin C, vitamin D. I can't remember my vitamins. 2 weeks post-op. Okay, good, Yellow Rose. Got your stitches out on Monday. Okay, so in like the next couple days, that'll be the next thing to do. Okay, I hope that goes well. Carrying over 1 book, which I only have 30% left. Ooh, so Blue Hollywood, you could finish it. Coyote Volume 4. Especially if it's like volumes, sounds like it might be like graphic novel or manga. That might mean that you could get through it. Got A Drop of Corruption paperback for February. Oh, Raven, I hope you like it. Live in Texas. Lots of ice, no snow. Okay. Yeah, I think ice is currently the issue for a lot of us as well. Hello, 43%, 49%, 74% into your books. Okay, so 2, you're about halfway. 1, you're very close. You only have 26% left. I hope you finish it as well, Flo. Just started A Drop of Corruption a few days ago. Loving it so far. Okay, Michelle, I hope you continue to enjoy it. Iona finished XOXO, K-pop romance. If Pete is still here, Pete, did you just read that book for your ABC, like A to Z challenge? You're the second person, Iona, who's mentioned that title, I think, in like the last month or so. Hello, Maneki. I see you're here. I'm glad you're here too. Floating Hotel. I've had that on my TBR for quite some time, but I haven't picked it up yet. I hope you enjoy it. I hear it's like cozy sci-fi. I also see that Nicole is here. Hello, Noteworthy Fiction. It's been ages. I know. I'm glad to have you here though. Vitamin C for citrus, vitamin D for sun. That's what I was thinking. I was like, I know that I'm mixing these 2 up, where they're kind of, I think you're right. I hope you're right. Because that was my question when I said that, because I know that I have vitamin D tablets, and I was like, I think that's because I'm not, like, I don't get as much sun as I think that humans are meant to get. So that totally makes sense. Yeah, congrats on getting through surgery, Yellow Rose. Let's see here. Also wanted to start Emily Wilde book 2. Can't stop. Oh, Bridgerton. Oh yeah, season 4. That has been flooding my page for like the last few days for obvious reasons. We'll see if I can get to it. I feel like I'm always like waiting, and then I just binge that series eventually. Let's see here. Axio's fantasy books. Oh, you like even more than XOXO. Interesting. I also see that we have reached the end of the timer, and the hope is that we can chat. We're going to have a good time, but we're also going to be productive on this final day of the month. Oh my gosh, calculating stars. Hold on, I'm being distracted, and then I'll jump us into our first sprint. Can you tell that apparently this is going to be a wacky day because I'm acting as though I've been on the internet for hours already. I really want to read that. It's by Mary Robinette Kowal. I've read The Spare Man, really enjoyed that sci-fi mystery, and I also discovered that I follow Cowell's cat, Elsie, on Instagram because she has a talking cat with the buttons. It's kind of wild that she's like, she's got a famous cat and she's also a well-known author. So I hope that you're enjoying that Dragon Tree. But anywho, okay, now I won't be distracted anymore. Yes, hope everyone is, able to get through work, because I also see that Victoria mentioned have to get back to work. So I hope that work goes by quickly for you guys, if that's what you're doing in this sprint. I hope that if you're reading good books. Make sure to hydrate, drink some water, make sure you've got some food with you. I'm going to be starting Cast. And I know it's going to be a really thoughtful read. It's going to be a slow one, but I'm very excited. We're going to go for hour-long sprints. So I'll see everybody in an hour. welcome back. I saw quite a few people joined during that sprint. I tried to say hello either in the comments or do like a little discreet wave. I hope that you saw. I have gotten one chapter into Isabel Wilkerson's cast, as you can see on the screen. And as soon as I finished the first chapter, I was like, okay, let me use the last 10 minutes to just think about it. And so I picked up my like crocheting project. And so it's a really thoughtful read. I think it's meant to be slowly read so you can process everything. And it's kind of crazy to take us back because she opens with 2016, 2017, moving into, obviously every passing year after that in the first chapter. And so it's interesting to view it from a 2026 perspective. And also, I can't believe that it's been 10 years with some of the stuff that she was discussing. And it's, it's really beautifully written in the connections. There's quite a few nonfiction books that I think do this where they pair two seemingly unrelated events. And then by the end of the chapter, you understand where it, what it relates to. It's really thoughtful. I think it's really like impactful and interesting. There was one paragraph that I found really thought-provoking. It says, and think about this as far as like social commentary, like economic issues and things going on in the world. What scientists have only recently discovered is that the more familiar earthquakes, those that are easily measurable while in progress and instantaneous in their destruction, are often preceded by longer, slow-moving, catastrophic disruptions rumbling 20 miles or more beneath us, too deep to be felt, too quiet to be measured for most of human society. They are as potent as those we can see and feel, but they have long gone undetected because they work in silence, unrecognized until a major quake announces itself on the surface. Only recently have geophysicists had technology sensitive enough to detect the unseen stirrings deeper in the Earth's core. They're called silent earthquakes, and only recently have circumstances forced us, in this current era of human rupture, to search for the unseen stirrings of the human heart, to discover the origins of our discontents. What? Oh my gosh. Like that one paragraph alone, I think is like just so thought-provoking, and speaks to this idea of like everything being under the surface, and then you get this catalyst. And then you realize this has been an issue for decades, or for centuries. Anyway, so I promise story time is over. I won't read aloud any more passages in this chat, but I had to say that. So yeah, I'm already very happy to be reading Cast. I know that I'm late to the party, but I've been finding it very interesting. I did see that someone mentioned that they got their TBRathon merch, which is great. Kelsey is here. Hello, Kelsey. I hope you're doing well today. Happy weekend. So glad you're digging into Cast because I've had this on my TBR, your own TBR for years. This is the encouragement I need. Honestly, yeah. Ash, I'm so glad. Like I said, I also feel very late to the party, but it's also it's so pertinent, especially like everything that's already happened, like here in the US in 2026. And I won't get into it because I know that it can be, triggering for people, but it's so important. And it's still, unfortunately, very pertinent still, as far as being topical, and it will be for a really long time. So yes, currently highly recommending it. I'm only one chapter in. For those who've already read it, feel free to shout it in the comments as well to confirm. But yeah, so many people have already told me that they're happy to see me reading it because it should almost be like a required read. Managed 53 pages, Austin. Oh my gosh, can I talk? Now that I'm like so moved that I'm like so distracted. Let me see if I can read the comments now. 40 pages of the body for Owlish, awesome. 53 pages for Lenny, wonderful. So now you're working on Bridgerton, the second book, very fun. Fun to pair it with the series on TV. Now to roll your map of stories location for February. Yes, Polis, let me know what you end up rolling. So for those who don't know, for map of stories, I'm doing one location per month. And in February, I'm going to be working on Maple Tree Township. So that's where I'm going to be hanging out on the Map of Stories during our February weekend event next weekend. Ooh, my husband read that book, and there was a story in which he asked for my perspective as a woman, even though being non-white is, yeah, exactly. Like, so even as someone, okay, I found that sometimes there are instances where race is, yeah, so not about, like, it all depends on context. Obviously, when we discuss, like, women's rights, we're inherently discussing, women of color because they're dealing with like the rights as people of minorities in various forms as well. And so there's like a nuanced discussion surrounding that. But it's important to kind of keep that in mind. But I'm glad that your husband kind of asked your perspective and saying, hey, where are you coming from this? Either way, that'll add context to what I'm understanding. 89% of Together We Rot. Nice. What an interesting title, Pete. That's a really cool title. 24% into an arc of A History of Scottish Witches. Yeah, it feels written specifically for me. I love that. Cast was so good. Okay, definitely more people need to read it. Yeah, I already recognize that, like, this is going to have to be something that I make sure I recommend more often at the library too. Finished The Art Thief by Michael Finkel. Oh, I think that is that nonfiction. I believe that that's quite popular too. Let's see here. A woman sitting in a window seat of a plane. Oh, and the man in the aisle invaded her space. But that is kind of common in general. Yeah, because it's more of like a gender discussion. I suppose what could add to it is if he was white and she was a person of color, then we're adding a layer to that dynamic for sure. Haven't read much this sprint. That's okay, Brianna. You're just hanging out. Like, you only just woke up. Exactly. A good reason, to still be trying to figure out what your plan for the day is. Your mom is doing a challenge. Oh, you're doing the challenge too. Oh my gosh, that's so cute. I love that. I love seeing family members participating together. Just shown her the challenge on Storygraph. She's having fun. Oh yeah, and tell her she doesn't even have to. Don't worry. There's been a lot of people who've adapted the discussion about like booktubers. So like obviously there's booktuber recommendations. Technically that is the challenge, and if you don't do it, you aren't officially doing it. Like, you're not fulfilling it to what it's meant to be. But many people have decided to replace that with like friends, family, other creators. And so, do what you got to do for you to have fun and enjoy yourself, because I don't want to restrict to the point where people aren't enjoying themselves anymore. 30 Pages of Dire Bound, very popular right now. I've been seeing that book everywhere. Next sprint, going to have a shower, wash your hair. Very nice. I did that this morning. Continue Solomon's Mines. February's location is so good. Can't wait. Even though I find the first prompt difficult because I normally don't know. Yeah, and that's another thing, right? This idea of like, because the prompt is LGBTQIA plus author. And the last thing we want to do is out anyone or like question someone's sexuality when they aren't being open. But it's just kind of an added thing where if you know someone is and you want to support them, then that can help you get the gold badge. We'll be doing Maple Tree next month too. Woohoo, Michelle! Awesome. I love that people are going to be hanging out with me in the Maple Tree Township, the town. Raven too. Awesome. Hello, Tammy. Let's see here. Just during that sprint, doing schoolwork. Good. You know what? Get the schoolwork done. You'll be happy and you'll be proud of yourself for getting it done first. Wonderful. And okay, Flo says that The Art Thief is nonfiction. Wonderful. Let's see here. Ooh, rolled a 9. You have to remind me. Isn't that the mystery? Yeah, because it's September. I know, because if you look at the numbers, you can, obviously associate them with the months. And so 9 is Red Herring Harbor. Oh yeah, as if our buddy Reed was calling to me. Yeah, it's probably like, hey, you're going to be reading this. Because for those who don't know, who didn't watch my February TBR, Polis and I are going to be reading The Arctic Railway Assassin. That's part of the Adventures on Train series. So yeah, it weirdly will be perfect. Let's see here. Doing that town as well for Map of Stories. Awesome, Chrissy. Yeah, I feel like quite a few of us are going to be hanging out. And it kind of makes sense for those who are kind of following the, I guess, theme of the month. There's Valentine's Day. People tend to lean towards romance. It makes sense. Get a Life, Chloe Brown by Talia Hibbert. Very popular as well. I've read that one and the second one. I haven't finished the trilogy for the Brown sisters myself. Okay, let's see here. Been working on Chloe Brown for a while. It's a good book. Yeah, it's a very fun series. So yeah, lovely. Doing Maple Tree Township as well. Haven't picked a book yet. Hannah, thoughts. Also, feel free to let us know. If you guys are participating in TBR Explorer, if you're just going to be doing the Lost in the Library for February, that's also totally fine. A lot of us are just kind of chatting about the map of stories. We'll also be doing Maple Tree Township. Amazing! Yeah, so I'll be the first one to say that I'm probably not going to get the gold badge, and that's okay. The books that I'm thinking about are Empire of Shadows by Jacqueline Benson. In fact, I'm starting that book tomorrow with my friend Danny Dabbles. We're buddy reading it, and so many people said that they were excited that was on my TBR. Either they loved it, it's been on their TBR for quite some time, and so I was like, oh my goodness, I wasn't expecting it to be that popular. And then the other book I'm looking at is The Potency of Ungovernable Impulses. That's by Malka Older. It's the third book in the Massa and Plady series. It's sci-fi mystery with a second chance sapphic romance throughout the series, and so, I'm dabbling. I'm kind of creating a bit of a Frankenstein's monster situation with my Maple Tree Township reads. So yeah, we'll see what I end up getting. I think I'm just going to be getting Rose technically, but I think it kind of fits because the badge also has a rose on it. Ellen just got home. Hello. Oh, yeah, you more than enough time. We only did one sprint, and I'll probably be going for a while because I'm just kind of hanging out. And so my thought was at least 4 or 5 hours. If we end up going longer, then we go longer. But yeah, so we've got many hours to go is what I'll say. Let's see here. I see that people are. Oh, is that why? I always forget Valentine's Day is in June here. Really, Michelle? That's interesting. Yeah, Michelle, remind me of where you are because it's in June. That's so interesting. I guess it's my own ignorance. I just assumed that February was universally the month of like kind of romance. Very interesting. But yeah, so that's why. If you look, there are some months that I've kind of allocated because I know also there's like a big readathon that happens during that time. Let me see. So for instance, March is middle grade March, hosted by Krista, Books and Jams, who was here. Not sure if she still is, but I ended up putting that one for March, knowing that people might want to hang out at the Whispering Well because they're already doing middle grade March. Let me see. Did I come up with any others that had connections? I can't remember. Did I end up putting the thriller category like near when Lexi does her Escape the Readathon? I think I might have, but I can't remember. Horror, I ended up putting for October for obvious reasons. So I did the nonfiction for November. So again, people can do what they want. However, I kind of tried to allocate if people wanted to follow the January through December thing during big readathons that I'm aware of. Obviously, there's big readathons that I probably missed because I'm only one person. But yes, Books and Jams, middle grade March, woohoo! So yeah, hopefully that can, allow people who want to double dip, recognizing that there's so many readathons and you guys want to do other stuff. I totally get it. I tried to provide an opportunity to double dip across readathons. Let's see here. A few people are saying what they're reading for Maple Tree Township, which is Guide to Magical Innkeeping, Julia. I saw that come up. Yeah, that's a really good one. Obviously the one that comes before. I was going to say it was like the first book. It's in the series. It's not a series, but it's also kind of cozy fantasy and romance. Is the Secret Side, what is it called? The Secret Society, what is it? Something Secret Society of Irregular Witches. I feel like I'm missing a word because it is a long title. Malka Older's series is fantastic. It's really interesting. I agree, Anne. Hello, Louisina. Welcome to the party. TU at the Altar works for all 3 prompts, but I'm still on book 2 of that series, so I'll have to see if I can get to it. Oh, amazing. Yeah, I'm trying to think. Does Can't Spell Treason Without T? Does the first book not count for that either? I feel like that one must count for it, but maybe I'm wrong. Reading A Lady for a Duke. Very nice, Shirin. That sounds great, actually. Let me see here. What else do we have? Oh, October the 10th is Sweetheart Day, Flo says. Oh, amazing. And I'm assuming that you're saying that for Korea because I know that your handle has Korean symbols, but let me know if I'm, assuming too much. But that's very sweet. I love that idea of Sweetheart Day. I definitely feel like I've watched a few K-dramas where it's been present. So I feel like I'm definitely aware of that. Oh, Brazil. Interesting that Valentine's Day is in Brazil. I think it might be because it's the coldest month here. Oh, that actually is that's interesting. We did hit the timer, so I will send us into another sprint. But that's food for thought because it makes sense that you like half the world, depending on the country. I guess it's up to their choice, but they could, you know, also put it in a colder month. That is interesting. Yeah, no, that totally makes sense. That it's February for us, but in Brazil it would be in June. A Husband Material by Alexis Hall. Oh yeah, Alexis Hall is a really good example. Speaking of, that author has a new title coming out. What is it called? Something Hell. I want to read it. It looks really good. I'm a big fan of Alexis Hall's fantasy mystery, The Affair of the Mysterious Letter, but I haven't read anything else by that author before. Heartstopper. Oh my God, that's a very obvious option. Yeah, good one, Patricia. Very good idea. Let's see here. Oh, you'll be reading Apparently Sir Cameron Needs to Die. What a title. Very Secret Society. Okay, I see Louisina and Hannah have given that. I was like, for some reason, I wanted to do alliteration and say Super Secret Society. and I knew that was wrong. Super Secret Society of Irregular Witches just doesn't sound right. So very. Okay, a different word. Hell's Heart by Alexis Hall looks very interesting. It does, Pete. Okay, I'm glad that you said that because I'm like, I know that the word hell is in there. And I couldn't remember. So yeah, have 2 hours left of My Husband's Wife, so might try to finish that. Wish I could knit or something. Just landed. Oh yeah, I've got crochet. So once in a while, when I need a break, I've been crocheting. Knitting is also something I want to learn how to do, though, for sure. Red, white, and royal blue, another good example for sure. But yeah, okay. On that note, friends, I'm going to get us going so that we remain as productive as possible. We'll go for another hour. But yeah, be sure to, take care of yourselves, eat, take a nap. Or if you want to help some more people with Maple Tree Township, feel free to include some romances that you've thoroughly enjoyed. That's not necessarily required. It's more, an author that is a part of the LGBTQIA spectrum. Exactly 2 people on the cover. That one might be tough for people. So yeah, if you have any suggestions, that would be lovely to see. But I'm going to get back to reading. So I'll see everybody in 60 minutes. everyone. Welcome back. Welcome to those who just joined. And we'll try to have some soothing voices for those who've elected to go take a nap. Because I support that. Take a nap, friends, especially if you think you really need it. Able to finish your book. Congratulations, Carolina. Amazing. To be fair, halfway through. No, there's no need to be fair. We're all working on finishing our books. An accomplishment is an accomplishment. So yeah, that's wonderful. 22% in Cinder. Wonderful. That's a book that is on my TBR. I know I don't typically read YA, but because so many people have loved it, I do need to read it for sure. Yes, and I agree. Love new furniture. However, the added stress of one, just trying to prepare for it, and then moving it, getting it in the right position. Everyone in the house, both those who are our furry family and those who are humans, getting used to it. It's added stress. So not fun. Excuse me. So yeah, I hope everything calms down for you too. So I'm echoing Chrissy's comment. 76 pages for Daisy, gonna get cozy, ready for bed, then come back for another sprint. That sounds lovely. Yeah, and if people, while I'm chatting, if you're here for productivity, go off. Go stretch your legs. You can come back and keep reading. You don't have to be hanging out with me. Feel free to multitask is what I'm trying to say. Ooh, Tennille is 25% of the way through Murder at the Vicarage. And then you did some meal prep. Amazing. A Study in Scarlet Women, Patricia. I hope you're enjoying it. I really love that series, but I know it's not for everybody. All the Murmuring Bones. One chapter is more than anything, Rachel. So that's awesome. 80 pages of A Way of Kings. Oh my gosh, 77 pages for Nell. Amazing. Hello to everyone who's just joining. Ooh, coffee booktube sprint sounds wonderful. I've been wondering if I want like an early evening coffee, so I might be following suit. But then I'm like, oh, is that going to keep me up? Probably not. I don't know if I'm someone who gets that affected by caffeine. I know some people get really affected by it. Ooh, I see. Ooh, Pete, oh my gosh, you finished Together We Rot. You really liked it. Amazing. I'm also seeing Butcher and Blackbird, The Body, The Magic Fish, quite a few different types of titles here. Floating Hotel, 58%. Received grocery order, put it away. Lovely. We loved making sure that we've got food in the house. Apprentice to the Villain. Another option is tea. For those who aren't coffee drinkers, tea. Oh yeah, and I see another comment just came in. 38 pages and time for tea and toast. That sounds lovely. Let's see here. What else? 10% left in your book, Pow. You're going to finish it. If you hang out with us, you'll definitely finish it. Maybe not in the next sprint. I don't know how much 10% is. 10% can be 20 pages. That's a novella, a very short book, or 200 pages, I guess. Or it could mean like 100 pages. I guess it depends. I decided to read Ander and Santi Were Here for Gold. Okay, Hannah, I know that you had mentioned that title and you weren't sure if it would count for Gold Badge. I'm so glad that it did. My Husband's Wife. Oh, Ellen, let's see here. Only 1 hour left. Oh my gosh, you're going to finish it. But need a midnight snack first. Indeed. And like pat yourself on the back. You're up late. You're getting reading done. I think a snack is definitely needed. Sophie, Cat Plus Gamer, Volume 5. My heart. I love Cat Gamer so much. I've been meaning to read the author's other series that they just started. That's Wataru Nadatani, I believe, is the author of Cat Gamer. And I keep meaning to. I think it's called like Cat Crazy or something like that, Crazy Cat. So I hope that you are enjoying the 5th volume. Trying to catch up on where my partner is in the Twyford Code. I've been eyeing that title, actually, Iona. So, like, let me know what you end up thinking about it. I know you're worried that your partner's going to spoil you for it. Isn't that always the worst when you're buddy reading, or if you're reading after someone and you're like, I need to be careful because they could say something and then that will spoil me for things. 62 pages of, Aidi? Short stories about Haiti. Oh my gosh, interesting. I see that Lolo cleaned the kitchen, listened to Salt, Fat, Acid, Heat. Now you're starving. I mean, it sounds like a good listen, though, especially if you are looking for some ideas for what to eat next. Let's see, more laundry, writing workshop application. Oh my gosh, good luck, Eleanor. I'm sure it's great. I'm sure you did wonderful and did your best with the application, but I know it probably adds some stress to it. 10%, like an hour, 25 pages. Oh my gosh. Then you should finish in the next sprint, unless you get distracted. We all get distracted. We've all been there. Love that series. Which one, Chrissy? I don't know which one you were mentioning. Waiting for Cat Gamer Volume 1. It's so good. Friends, if you like cats, if you want something cozy, and if you like manga, Cat Gamer is very, very fun. I know it's not like the most exciting manga series out there, but I think it's really endearing and very comforting. As soon as I finish Cat Gamer, I'm moving on to Cat Crazy. Yeah, truly. Like that's been my plan because I can't wait for it. I know I shouldn't expect it to be as good as Cat Gamer because it's just a special place in my heart, but I still think I'm going to enjoy it. Let's see here. Brianna read 125 pages, only 25 more until you're finished. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. Tried Cat Crazy. It was a bit too crazy for me. Tennille, interesting. Good to know. See, this is some good context though. So when I enter it, I kind of know what to kind of expect or not to expect, I guess. Didn't know oh, so this is for Cat Gamer. Okay, the Cat Gamer one. Oh, it's so nice. It's so lovely. Yeah, highly recommend if people just need like a palate cleanser or a comfy read. It's really, really good. But I'll get off my soapbox for that one. On break, currently listening to Red, White, and Royal Blue. Wonderful. Hoping to finish by the end of the day. Great. Oh, I know some people have already started their February reads because they're ahead of time. Wonderful for you. And those of us who are just carrying our January reads on, we'll get our books done. So we're all just doing our best here. Thinking after reading 22 books in January, oh my gosh, might be a bit burnt out at the moment. Just going to go with the YouTube. Yeah. Oh yeah, sure. And actually that kind of reminds me, I need to unwind a little bit eventually and like finish some of my monthly spread for January and then like creating a little bit of a spread for February. I see that Nellie is also talking about the reading journal. So this is the time of the month where we're all quite active. Oh yeah, how is cast going after the sprint? Thank you, Rachel, for asking. That's very nice of you. Especially because I think we've all been there where I have forgotten to tell you my thoughts. Sometimes I do it right away, and other times I completely forgot to tell you guys what I've done. So I ended up reading Cast. I'm another 2 chapters in. I'm about to finish part 1 actually, and then start part 2, and it's still really moving. This is kind of the introductory part where basically Wilkerson is explaining her inspiration for discussing the caste system across history. And she ends up discussing how, like, throughout this book, she plans on finding the connections, for better or for worse, across other caste systems. The one that has existed in India for quite some time, the one that was, connected with Germany, in lead up to World War II, trying not to say certain words so I don't get demonetized or have, any type of strikes against this stream. But you all know what I'm talking about. And then the caste system in the United States that is related to race. And so I'm very interested to see how it continues. And I know that there's going to be quite a few historical references. Like there's already been like 4 or 5 historical figures that have been mentioned that I'm going to want to look into more deeply, just because I know that their work is probably going to be quite thought-provoking as well. But yeah, so I read another 2 chapters, took a break to have some dinner, and then I also took a break to gather all of the granny squares that I've made so far. Because I've been making, I want to make like a granny square blanket that's kind of like checkerboard that periodically has like the tricolor that I'm working with, because I have like 3 different ones. And I've officially finished all of the granny squares. Well, we'll see. Once I start putting it together, we'll see how big the blanket ends up being. But I ended up grabbing, I think I'm going to be putting them all together with this like darker red, kind of like a burnt red color. So we'll see. We're going to see how it goes. I might be, what is it? Too big for my britches, this project. But, so I was kind of gathering that stuff. And so I think I'm going to finish this chapter I'm on, and then I'll probably switch to Will of the Many after, just to allow myself a break, because this is going to be a nice, important, slower read is what I'm thinking. Anyway, let me return to how you all have been doing. Oh, I should check out My Roommate is a Cat. Oh, I think I've seen that. I might have seen that around, but I haven't. I would have to look at a picture of it to know. So yeah, I'm gonna have to look into that. Finished The Invisible Library yesterday. Definitely a Leandra book, and I've been so aware of that series, and yet I haven't picked it up. So I need to do that too. So thank you for reminding me, Anne. I might. I wonder if I can make that a bonus read in February. Probably a March read, maybe, but I think I need to get to it sooner rather than later. So thanks for confirming that it's a me book. Let's see here. Just getting my January TBR finished at the start of February. Insert meme. It ain't much, but it's honest work. Oh, that's so funny. Yeah. I am definitely far behind on my January reads. Like I said, Cast was going to be a January read, Will of the Many, Night Film, and Murder at the Vicarage. But I'm happy and proud of the 8 books I finished. And I'm actually happy that I didn't finish that many, weirdly enough. I know it's so counterintuitive, but some of you know that my one of my goals in 2026 was to read less even than, in 2025. And so I'm quite happy. I would like to hit maybe about like 10 books a month on average. So that's kind of where I'm at. So I'm pretty happy with it. I'm also reading thicker books. I mean, look, this is my nonfiction. This is how big Cast is. And then Will of the Many is also quite chunky. And it's really tiny font, by the way. So I'm kind of proud of myself that I'm reading chunkier reads too. Okay, let's see where else. Oh, thanks for the green. Oh yeah, that green, the granny squares. I know it's a really nice green. Green's my favorite color. I love that kind of dark forest green too. Oh man, I have not logged any of my books into my reading journal. Yeah, see, this is the time. Either it's like the first day of the month for some people, last day of the month. How are your annual spreads going for bullet journal people? Have you been keeping track? I definitely need to think about because what I'm doing it inversely, where I'm making my monthly spreads after the fact, now that I know what books I've read. So that's probably going to be what I do the 1st of February tomorrow because I have no plans. Knowing that we're going to be streaming and sprinting for most of today, I was like, oh, I'm just going to have no plans tomorrow. So I can kind of play some catch up. I love making granny squares. Now I'm crocheting something similar to a temperature blanket, but with the books genres I read. Oh my God, a genre blanket, or I've seen people do smaller projects like a genre scarf, which obviously might be more manageable for some people rather than making a blanket. One day I would love to do that. Or I've seen them do that with star ratings. Like if you are someone who uses star ratings, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like doing a color per star range, that's very interesting. So yeah, I DNF so much though that I rarely get like 1 or 2 stars anymore. So I don't really know how that would work. I'd have to do like a color for DNFs. I don't know if that is the way to go. But yes, I'm seeing all of the reactions to Will of the Many. Yeah, so it's very early days though, friends. I think I'm not even through part 1 yet. Obviously, it's a very thick book, so it makes sense. But I'm only about like 10% in. There's just been the introduction of the Academy, like the mention of it. That's it. So that's where I'm at for those who know about the story. Invisible Library series is so amazing. I need to read it. Oh gosh, I've borrowed it from the library, like the physical copy from the library a couple times, and then I just keep not having time, and so I need to change that. That's definitely on me because it's obviously a me book. I think too. I agree with everybody. Journaling will happen Monday. Teaching, a knitting class tomorrow. That's so cool. Like to be so good at something that you're teaching it. So many props to you. That's so impressive. Going to bed sounds good, Lenny. Yeah, nearly midnight for Germany. Totally understand. Our friends who are many time zones ahead of me, because I'm in the Eastern United States. It's only just going on 6 p.m. here. So please take care of yourselves. There will be more sprints, especially next weekend, because next weekend, and I'm still going, by the way. I'm going to go for a few hours, but if you have to go to bed, please just go to bed. Take care of yourself. Next weekend, I'm going to be doing a sprinting session for our weekend readathon. I'm going to do one on Saturday, one on Sunday for those who are interested. I haven't decided the times yet, but I'll definitely make sure one's earlier for our like European people, because I know it can be kind of hard to hang out with everybody. But yeah, so just so you know, now that you've got the facts, please take care of yourself and go to bed because I'm someone who also needs that reminder because I'll stay up way too late sometimes. Working on reading journal tomorrow for Anne too. Blanket idea sounds really fun. Doesn't it, Laura? Like if you see, quite a few people have done that with the temperature, with genre, with star ratings. I'm trying to think of others. But it's really interesting to see it, especially obviously it's so satisfying at the end as it starts to be built and you can kind of see, especially if you end up having, like for genre, if you realize like, oh my gosh, midway through the year, I was obsessed with this genre and that's all you were reading. So it's like this big chunk. I feel like that's really interesting. We were on the same page with that goal, Leandra, and then I went and read too many books in January. Hey, you know what? Probably some really good books, right? Ones that you are so happy you read, so totally worth it. And I can see myself having like more binging months and then months where I'm just kind of relaxing. And I was more worried that I would suddenly like start off January like too much and then February I wouldn't be worth anything. So no worries, totally understand. Quality over quantity, but sometimes you find quality within that quantity. So it's a balancing act. Yes, a color for DNF. You don't get to the okay. So that, but yeah, I should do that, but maybe not this year. I would like to crochet. Maybe next year I would like to crochet that. That'd be really cool to do that. You don't get to the academy until part 2. Oh, but so it's already being discussed. Interesting, because I have a lot. I think I have a lot of part 1 to get through. So good to know. I've been a knitter for 55 plus years, have taught it for years. No, you are not old. You are thriving and you have so many like skills and knowledge behind you in those years. So that's amazing. More sprinting next week. Yay! Yes, yes. Ta to those who are going to bed. I will see you all when the week goes by, once we can kind of celebrate the weekend again. Read some big chunky books in January, only 5. But yeah, like that, it's definitely a situation where like page count takes into account, and life, obviously. Life takes into account too, depending on how busy life is. Then there's a reason why I didn't read as many books in total. So yeah. Okay, on that note, for those who are trying to debate if they should leave or not, because I keep talking, let me get us into another sprint so that I'm taking the decision away from those who have drooping eyes. Be sure to check on your water. See if you need to change activities. If you've been reading the last couple sprints, maybe do something else just to freshen up your brain. For me, like I said, I'm going to finish the chapter I'm on for cast, and then I'm probably going to switch to Will of the Many, and also maybe figure out my next step for this crochet project, because that might be a good way to change my brain as well. Okay, I will see everybody when we get back. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. How did that sprint go? See that Chrissy is starting to make dinner. Garlic parm. Oh, that sounds delicious. Oh, played a game during the sprint. Amazing. You know what, Patricia, I am. Okay, so I have, this is the size that all of my granny squares are. And I'm doing a border of this kind of like dark red. And then I figure that I'll be able to stitch them together. So actually, I think it's going to be a lot bigger of a blanket than I thought. And so as you can see, I'm doing the same thing with this kind of like reddish orange, doing a border around all of those. So it's gonna be it's gonna take me a second, but yeah, I was worried. I was like, oh, is this gonna take me longer than I think? And I think it's more so, you know, what's gonna take me long is I didn't use a needle to like hide all of my ends. Initially, I was just like whipping them out. And so now I need to like sew them all in and do all that stuff. But yeah, making progress. Thank you. I appreciate all of the positive comments, friends. I'm addicted. I actually, you know what I might do after the next sprint? I'll show you guys the scarf that I made because I'm very, very proud of it. I ended up making like a tricolor scarf that's just using like half double crochet, I think it's called. And that was very fun. Let's see here. Liara, Children of Time. You're really enjoying it. I'm so happy. Yay. I'm so glad that you're enjoying it. Also, by the way, I don't know if you saw, I saw your comment that you were the one who gifted me Network Effect by Martha Wells. Thank you so much. I cannot wait to read it. I'm already imagining it's going to be like one of my favorite books because I love the series so much. So it's going to be great. And then Supper Sprint for Tennille, made it a little further, 36%. Amazing. And Blue Hollywood, you could listen. I didn't know if I could crochet. You can crochet too. Let me be the poster child. If I can do it, you can do it because I wasn't sure and now I love it so much. So, don't, knock it till you try it or don't knock yourself down until you try it. And 94% through Wrath. Oh my gosh, hour and a half to go. You've got this. Louisina read 55 pages. You're going to finish in the next sprint. Yes, you will. You definitely will. Doing great with the blanket. Thanks, Anne. Yeah, I'll have to send you guys like updates. I'll be sure to post in like the Manor Discord and then I'll see if I can post in the TBRathon Discord, of course, too, just so you guys can kind of see the process. But I need to get further because right now, like, this is one of, I'm doing like a 9x9. Oh my gosh. Should I really make 81 granny squares? Apparently. And then I'm going to, it might actually be ginormous. Now that I'm thinking about it. Michelle, finished Crooked House. Not sure how you feel about the ending. And I haven't read that one. So you're going to have to let me know like where you land on it. Welcome, Bree. Glad you could make it during the sprints. I see that you popped in. Took a break to eat, but made good progress for Lynn. Amazing. Oh, wait. Michelle read a chapter of A Drop of Corruption. I hope you enjoy it. Again, every time I react really positively, it's because I've loved a book. Not everyone has to love it, but you guys make me happy when I see books that I recognize. Reading The Midnight Library. That is by, I know his first name is Matt, I think. Matthew something. He's coming out with a new book, or he just came out with one. That I'm not sure how people feel about it. But that's an author I haven't tried before. The Black Coast, 80 more pages. Very nice. Waiting for Anxious People on audio from the library. I hope it comes in soon. Only read 4 books this month. Teresa, you've had a very busy month, a very exciting month for various reasons. And one of the books you read was Big Bad Wolf, and we had the best time. For those who haven't read 3 Bags Full and or Big Bad Wolf, grab a buddy because you're going to want to read it with friends. Definitely one of my highlights. I had so much fun. I read 3 Bags Full with Teresa last year, and then she, myself, and Danny just read Big Bad Wolf. Cannot recommend it enough. Also, get ready for the movie because the movie's going to be really fun too, I think. So yes, keep that in mind, friends. So yeah, don't feel too stressed about, not having read too many books. But all were amazing, you said, so you're not complaining. There we go. I just went on a spiel for no reason. Let's see here. Pow finished your book. D is for Deadbeat. You'll use it for Map of Stories. Red Herring Harbor. Yep, with a title like that, I figured a crime took place. Read a bit of Apprentice to the Villain. You started The Coldest Touch for Map of Stories. Read 2 chapters. Amazing, Laura. Sounds great. Let's see here. Ginormous blankets are the best. I know. I think it's gonna be really big. Like I was thinking it was gonna be like a lap blanket, but now I'm thinking it's gonna be huge, and I'm not complaining about it for sure. Tried sewing because my mom used to sew my clothes. Sadly, I do not have her talent. Ooh, sewing. Yeah, I'm not a sewer. I don't think you know what? So for those who are here in the United States, I'm sure it is elsewhere in other countries, but maybe of different names. But it was originally called Home and Careers, and then they ended up calling it Family and Consumer Science. That's where I learned to sew. Haven't done it since. So like really these needles for like hiding the string that or the yarn, that's all I'm aware of how to do. You're gonna read 3 bags full with Isra! Yes, Louisina! Woohoo! Oh my gosh. I hope you and Isra have the best time. Oh, it's gonna be great. You guys are gonna have to keep me updated on your thoughts. I see that Hermetic Imp is reading The Creepening of Dogwood House, 51% through. Amazing. Let's see here. Exhausted Flamingo, you're here too. Hello. Finished your last book for January earlier today. Amazing. Now, maybe you're just chilling, trying to figure out what to start next. Decisions. Still have 3 novels that you need to start for some of the book clubs. Yeah, Flo, I'm with you. I was thinking about that for February because a couple book club reads, and actually I ended up being really preemptive. I finished the book that I was supposed to read in February for She Done It for a podcast that I work for. We were reading The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, and so I already finished it. And it was a reread for me. So that was a very easy time. Meanwhile, that was supposed to be a February book, and then I'm carrying over January reads. So I'm just replacing stuff is what I've told myself. Just finished one of your Lost in the Library books, Amazing Raven. Ooh, a book on the cover, The Magic Fish, amazing. Now you need to review it while it's still fresh, I'm sure. Thanks to Neil. Sewing in the Ends, everyone's least favorite time. Yeah, but I understand why you do it. Like, obviously it makes sense. It's just one of those things where I'm like, wow, maybe I should have done it while I was doing it, because look at all the ones that I like. These ones I didn't do. You can see all the ends, and so it will be a task that I need to get done. We sure will. We made plans during the last Manor Sprints. Actually, I think I remember you guys talking about that. Yeah, it's really fun, and I think the audiobook narrator does a brilliant job. So yeah, if you listen on audio, for those who have access to 3 bags full, physical audio, you cannot go wrong. Ooh, I see that Bree is 91% into Queen of Faces by Petra Lord. I've never heard of that. Too many clubs, but enjoy how different they all are. That's the other thing, right? Like a lot of times, a different club will have a different kind of tone, whether it be genre based or just a completely different demographic of what you all pick up. Yeah, it can really like freshen up your reading. Home economics in high school is where I had to do sewing with the epic failure. Don't tell my teachers, but my mom helped me pass. Oh, that's really nice of her. She probably was like, your hands weren't meant to sew; they were made to do other things. So alas, here we are. Oh my gosh, Ellen, you finished My Husband's Wife, your first Alice Feeney. Okay, you'll need to collect your thoughts, but a very engaging listen. All right, and hopefully you made some progress on your knitting project that you were doing. Congratulations. Now you can sleep without that book. Well, the book's going to be on your mind because you're going to be reflecting on it, but at least it's not an unfinished book entering February. Because it's also, I'm sure it's past midnight for you. It's like 1 a.m. Oh my gosh. Michelle just went to check out 3 bags full. Well, that's another book on my TBR. Guys, it is so fun. Like, it's very funny. It is a mystery, but it's also like very comedic because you're following the perspectives of the sheep. Oh, must ask, Big Bad Wolf so Big Bad Wool. That's one thing so it's all sheep puns. So Big Bad Wool, Wool. and it's by Leonie Swan with two N's at the end of Swan. She's German, actually, interestingly enough. The first book is set in Ireland. The second one, well, you'll get to it if you read book two. But yeah, so it's set in Ireland following like a flock of Irish sheep. And it's translated into English for those who read in English. But if you read in German, maybe read it in German. That would be very interesting. I do not have that skill, but that would be interesting to see. February is going to be a very busy month for Louisina. 2 buddy reads plus City of Stairs. Yeah, that's how I am too. I feel like I have more just priority reads with like community aspects. So either a book club or with buddy reads. So yeah, I've got quite a few as well. And obviously City of Stairs is one of them for me too, which was, I always highlight this. And Louisina, I know you did not gift it to me so I could say this, but I'm still so pleased that you gave me City of Stairs. I cannot wait to read it. So it'll be a very fun physical read. Oh, but you go back to work on Monday. Oh, yeah. Summer break ends for Louisina. I'm so sorry that has to be the case. Una, hello. By the way, Una, I feel as though I just saw you. You commented on one of my in one of my videos recently, and you were like, I've been MIA for a while, and yeah, it happens, but it's really nice to see you back. You read A Body Made of Glass earlier this month on my and you know what? It's on my recommendation as a book that is still on my TBR, by the way. I really am determined to read it this year. For those who don't know, it's by Caroline Crampton. It's nonfiction, and it discusses the history of hypochondria. I find it very interesting, and I know more about it than I should since I haven't read the book yet, but it's because Caroline Crampton's my boss. She's also the host of She Done It. So I am doing a little promotion for her, but it's a really interesting concept. So Una, I'm so glad that you enjoyed it. I need to read it, by the way. 3 Bags Full. Yes, it's going to be a film. It's instead called The Sheep Detectives. Hugh Jackman is going to be in it. I think he's the shepherd who's going to get it. For those who know the synopsis, unless they've changed a lot. They might have changed a lot for the movie, but in the book, the sheep are trying to find out who killed their shepherd. I'm sure there's a bunch of flashbacks in the book though, and so if he does end up being the victim, that's probably where his role comes in. You'll see him interacting with the sheep as they reflect on like their life with him. Spent that sprint because that's the crime they're investigating. They're trying to figure out who did this to their shepherd. I spent that sprint trying to edit a video, having trouble because the audio is out of sync. Oh no, I know. So I know a lot of people who have that where like their audio is either via like a different device or yeah, it's on a different track and it's really tough to connect. I'm someone who's very not old fashioned, but I'm not a very big tech person, even though I'm streaming right now. I record on my phone, and so I'm so sorry that that's happened. Yeah, oh gosh, going to have to ditch the whole thing. Oh no, is it a video that you can re-record with ease? If not, that is really, really frustrating. Yeah, yes. There's a second book. Yeah, you must get it, craft designed. So it's called Big Bad Wool, and it's really fun. In fact, it's interesting because it seems as though people I know who've read both, we've all enjoyed both, 100%. But people have had like a preference, whether they enjoy book 2 or if they enjoy book 1. And I think that's very interesting when like a series has that, where you can kind of tell like, oh, we all enjoyed both books. However, there's a preference. So that's quite interesting. 1 a.m. for Ellen. No knitting, just wished I had something to do while listening, but ended up just staring at my bookshelves. Have also gotten 3 bags full on your rec. I know, Ellen. Oh my gosh. I'm nervous. Now there's like the stress that I'm like overhyping. But I feel as though if people need a fun time, need like something wholesome, but also kind of interesting because you're like following an investigation, the different sheep's perspectives is hilarious. It's really fun. And there is like some heartwarming moments as like the sheep are kind of interacting with the humans and kind of realizing stuff about humanity. So yeah, it's very fun. Summer break can't last forever. No, Louisina. Unfortunately, it can't. Pretty sure he does die in the movie too. So excited for his death. No, I know what you mean. I'm excited for the movie too. It's going to be really fun. Yeah, I hope they do the book justice as well, because the book is really good. Saw a trailer for that a few weeks ago. It looked fun. Didn't know, and you know what? I've talked about this elsewhere, but I am kind of annoyed that it's not acknowledged as much that it's from a book. I get that they probably are like, oh, the book's not that well known. It's not really going to be pulling people in. But I feel like you should acknowledge that the book exists. Maybe because it is a translation and just, I don't know, it's not like the biggest acclaimed book ever. Like, for instance, other, book to movie tie ins, like, really ups it. But yeah. The book is very good, so that's why I've always been like championing it, being like, there is the movie, but it is based on the book, because I don't think enough people know that it's based on a book. That movie looks so cute. Yes, it's based on a book. Yeah, you guys gotta check it out. Leonie Swan. Oh, thank you, Raven, for also, like, I was about to type in the author's name, Swan. That's how it's spelled, and then it's Leonie. Want to read it. Also, watch the film. Yeah, Hugh Jackman, and he's just fun. He's a really fun person. Jess, hello. Oh, goodbye, friend. I see you've got to go right back to work, but I'm glad that we saw you again. Good luck. I hope your work goes by quickly. But on that note, let's jump into another sprint. My plan is to just keep crocheting and keep listening to. By the way, I finished my chapter of Cast, switched over to Will of the Many, and I've been listening to the audio that I was very lucky to get for 99 cents. I know it's a very expensive audio, and it's also like only an Audible exclusive, which is something that's very frustrating. But I managed to get it for a deal of 99 cents, which is wild. And I'm enjoying it so far. I'm gonna continue listening, and yeah, we're gonna see how things go. Oh wait, happy to hype it. The whole thing is a masterpiece. I have an arc for it. I think it releases this week. Oh wait, what were we talking about? It's gonna be a 5-star for me. Wait, I'll go back. I'm gonna go back and see what Bree's talking about, because for some reason I've already forgotten what Bree's reading. And you don't need to re-comment, Bree. I'll just go up and look. Anywho, I'm gonna send us into another sprint. I'll see you guys in 60 minutes. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. How did that sprint go? I know some people went off to bed, as they should. Some people are busy getting dinner ready or maybe just continuing on with their day. Saw that Brian is here. Hello. I responded with a cat orange whistling. Apparently, according to the screen, that is what this emoji is called. I listened to more of Will of the Many. In fact, I'm at 16%, meaning that I'm literally only like 6% further than I was when I started it today. But I also have been finally like adding the final border before I start crocheting these together. I'm excited. It's going to be kind of like this, but with the orange in it too. So I have to do all of that. And then I got to do the joining, which Jacqueline said, oof, not fun. And I think everyone has told me that the worst part of doing the granny squares like this is the joining part, which yay. Worked on more meal prep, stew in the pressure cooker. I'm 62% through Murder at the Vicarage. I hope you're enjoying it, Tennille. You haven't, I don't know if I've missed your comments in saying feelings about it, but I hope it's been like an easy listen, which is kind of typical of Agatha Christie. I saw Louisina. I saw it in the like 5-star like reads for the Manor. You were like, this is the first time I've been able to say I got a 5-star. Congratulations. I'm so happy for you. I know it's been a while. Ooh, let me see here. Cake layers are in the oven. Amazing. Oh, wait a second. Just 10 pages left of my book. Plus, ordered Big Bad Whoa! Yes! Oh, the paperback releases in April. That is good to know. I didn't realize because I know that it came out last year, the translation of it. Wasn't sure when the paperback was coming out, so that's good for me to know. Finished Mona of the Manor, very nice. Megan, let's see here. Now you're working on your Instagram post because Megan is a bookstagrammer now. I love that. 50 pages left of All the Murmuring Bones. Great, Rachel. 30% into Cinder, hoping to finish before midnight. I hope you can too. Granny squares are so cute. Thank you. I appreciate it, Hannah. Also making progress for Maneki. Una's only an hour and a half left. And Arusha number 2. I still need to actually try that middle grade series. Wish these audiobooks had chapter breaks. Oh, yeah, they even talk. So you know what? Because you're listening on Hoopla. I don't get it. I just don't understand. Like, even if it's like an old version, why can't you just include the chapter breaks? It's very weird. And I know that Libby does that too. Sometimes if it's an older audiobook, like a classic book, sometimes has no chapter breaks. Like imposed. It's just 9 straight hours of a book. It's kind of crazy how they didn't edit that, but it is what it is. Chapter 6 of A Study in Scarlet Women. Very nice. Husband did reading sprints with you. Oh my God, I love that. Oh, Maneki, that is so sweet. I hope your husband feels as though he got some stuff done too, that he's enjoying his own reading. Liking it. This helps confirm that I do like Marple better than Poirot. And there is a preference. Like usually there's a preference between Marple and Poirot, for sure. And yeah, I really like Marple. I mean, I like Poirot as well. But I would have to think which one I prefer more. You know what I'd have to do is look at my favorite titles. And then if one leans the other, then obviously I'd have to probably say that is my favorite. Wrangling tax documents. Oh my gosh. So Eleanor, that's me soon as well. Not fun. You know what the worst part is? I've owned this book since 2014. A 5-star has just been waiting for you, Louisina, waiting for you to notice them. Oh my gosh. Well, that's actually even better though. It's really fun when it is an old TBR backlist because you're like, oh my gosh, there are 5 stars. Because sometimes you feel as though like the reason why you're not gravitating towards your backlist is because maybe you're not interested in them, but it's proof. You got to go to your backlist sometimes. Not sure how much I read this time. Only 150 pages left for Nall, which is much more than I expected to read tonight. Should probably head to bed soon. Oh, but thanks for the sprints. Yeah, thanks for being here, Nall. I'm glad that you made some significant progress, and you can probably finish the book tomorrow. Took the dog for a walk, got her dinner, very nice, changed into PJs, lovely Betty. Have 75 more pages of Door of No Return when I'm done with that. Going to make a short of the recap of the month. Lovely, sounds great. 77% into Wild Reverence, amazing Hillary. Meg finished her book too, probably going to be 4 stars, lovely. Oh, had a call with your mom. That's all that, you know what that is? Social productivity, as far as like socializing, checking in on your loved ones or they're checking in on you. I definitely count that. Ooh, okay, interesting. I really like Miss Marple, but I feel like she's barely been present in ones I've read. Don't get me started. So this is what's really fascinating. So for those who don't know, when I got my master's, my thesis, my dissertation was on Miss Marple and the fact that she is essentially like a secondary character in some of her books. I specifically focused on Murder at the Vicarage. And you see, though, as the story progresses, she becomes more active. Like the story starts to, like at the very end, she suddenly becomes the main character. And a lot of it is discussing like public spaces and whether or not all members of society have access to those public and private spaces. Anyway, I find it fascinating because you are so right, Eleanor. There are quite a few Miss Marple books where she really isn't the main character. I think she's like the classic armchair detective, but it's almost more realistic as an elderly woman, being viewed as inside, but actually an outsider within. And anyway, I think it's so interesting. I'm not gonna, go crazy talking about this any further, but yes, Eleanor, you're right. I think you're very much right. So yeah, it's interesting. I feel as though some books are different in that way, but there were quite a few at the beginning kind of have her almost as a secondary character, which is just fascinating to look at. I don't know if you know this, but Caroline, a character in The Murder of Roger Ackroyd, was kind of the prototype. Agatha Christie loved her so much that she ended up like kind of basically creating Miss Marple as an extension of Caroline in that book, which is kind of interesting to think about too. And Caroline's a secondary character in that. Anyway, played a bit of a game on my iPad. Very nice. Took a break from reading. See, that's kind of what, I was listening to the audio, but I was kind of taking a break from physical reading with my crocheting. 70% into Floating Hotel. There's also a book by Grace Curtis that I find interesting, Idlefire. It's a fantasy book, but I've had my eye on that too, actually. I own the audio. I bought it when I switched to Libro FM, and I still haven't read it, but I bought it because it looks very good. Finished King Solomon's Mines. Once you get past the Let's Hunt Elephants part at the start of the book, wasn't too bad. There was an exciting battle scene. Okay, Sarah. Oh my God, quite a few people finished books. Ivy, who just kind of arrived because she's been sprint hopping, just finished I, Medusa. Read so fast. Started at 2 p.m. You started it today and you finished it today? Oh my gosh. I read the whole thing in one sitting, 4.25 stars. That's amazing. Let's see. Louisina definitely has a soft spot for Poirot as a character, but I'm looking forward to reading more Miss Marple. Yeah. And I do feel as though, I've already mentioned this before, but in the Manor, we have a book club, only Christie in the book club. As the name suggests, we mostly read Christie, but I did kind of realize, I'm kind of trying to like circle around to what my point is I think there just are more Poirot books, which kind of explains it too, but I feel as though we do tend to lean towards Poirot, and maybe that's me offering them as voting poll choices, but I am hoping for us to like get back into Miss Marple. There's a lot of Miss Marple I haven't read. I really enjoyed Murder at the Vicarage. I think is really thought-provoking when you dig into it. For various reasons. And then Body in the Library is, of course, great. The second Miss Marple. 450 from Paddington is really good. The only ones that have kind of fallen flat for me are towards the end as well. They're like older Christies, which I think explains, I think most people are less enamored with her older stuff. She was getting older. There are various reasons for it. But Nemesis and A Caribbean Mystery, not a big fan of those two. But I like her earlier Miss Marples for sure. Where was I? I'm telling you guys, when we start talking about Miss Marple, like I'm in it. Okay. I have been going to one kid activity to another all day. Oh my gosh, fish. Finally getting to settle in, do some reading. Glad I could catch these. Oh, but this was the final sprint. I'm so sorry. Oh my gosh, I feel like this always happens when people join and I'm like, I'm gonna leave now. Just so you guys know, because we've been going for about over 5 hours at this point, and so I've decided this is going to be our last. However, as I've been saying, we have sprints next weekend for the February weekend event, whether you're doing TBRathon or not. Don't add another thing to your plate. If you just want to join for the community, join us. I plan on doing some sprints on Saturday and some sprints on Sunday this time, but I haven't decided times yet. But I will let you guys know as soon as I do if you're a part of the Discord, or just like be spontaneous and just keep an eye out for me on the weekend, and then you can join us then. So just so you guys know. Have a lot of 10 plus year physical TBR books. I went through you read the blurbs as you were organizing recently. It's amazing how that makes me want to read them ASAP, right? Because it's just reminding you, oh yeah, there is a reason why I have this on my shelf, because I did want to read this, the synopsis or something made me gravitate towards it. That's definitely better. It would be worse if you read it and you were like, I'm not really interested in this anymore. Oh no. Do I keep it or what do I do? So I'm really glad that as you were organizing, you'd realized, oh, there's some really great books that I still really want to read. 18% in Dial for Aunties. Dial A for Aunties. I do want to try that book as well. It looks really fun. So Krista had to hop off for your own book club, but you're back. Like I said, we are heading off, but it's really great to see you. And don't forget, friends, I know I've been talking about February. March, middle grade March. Great reason to, maybe slot in Whispering Well if you're doing Map of Stories. Need to read your poem and nonfiction reads for the day. Oh, that would be a really great way to end your day too, actually, Krista. Let's see here. Finish an audiobook. Wonderful, Betty. So my master's was in humanities, but as you probably suspected, I focused in detective fiction. I primarily, when it came to my own choice of research, I focused on Golden Age detective fiction. So yeah, it was very fun. I was very happy to be a part of a master's program that had a couple experts who were in, detective fiction. My mentor ended up being someone who was an expert in Nancy Drew, interestingly enough. So they were very supportive as I was taking other courses to pursue that. So yeah. Finished Dating After the End of the World. Awesome, Deborah. Now you need to finish Cards on the Table. That is another Agatha Christie I have not read, actually. I see a few other people putting in their thoughts. Okay, there's a lot of Poirot compared to Miss Marple, for sure. Feels like you could easily read all of the Marple in the year. Yeah, actually, I agree. My master's was in English language and literature, but focused in eco-criticism, ecofeminism. That is so interesting. So during my master's, I took a course on eco-fiction and eco-criticism. It's one of the most memorable courses, and I think that explains why for quite some time, even before my master's, I was interested in eco-fiction because it's just so interesting. So I love that. That's so cool for you. Nice nap earlier for Betty. Wonderful. Yes, definitely still join. Feel free to jump in with TBRathon, go off, live your life, come back a few months later. You can definitely still join TBRathon and either just say, hey, I'm going to take part in the weekend activities, which is about 24 to 48 hours, or do whatever you want. So yeah, you're very much more than welcome to keep joining TBRathon. A few people have been joining this week, actually. So yeah, I fully support doing that. Had exams, so completely forgot. And honestly, you did the right thing. Always focus on exams. Get that stuff done first. You'll appreciate it better, and then you can kind of celebrate by having fun with the rest of us. Raven likes Poirot. Yeah, I also really enjoy Poirot. I think that I like them both. We can't forget, there are other Agatha Christie canon characters. Tommy and Tuppence. Is there any love for Tommy and Tuppence in the chat? Ariadne Oliver is kind of a unique one that we don't really think about too often. She's not the most popular. Parker Pine and Mr. Quinn, they're short story characters. So less people know about them too, but they're also good. And there's some standalones that are excellent. But anyway, I'm going to stop talking about Agatha Christie. A for Aunties was one of my favorites. I need to read that because I'm really interested in the series. Thanks for the rec. Yeah, of course. Check out Art Taylor's books if you want. He was my professor, has won lots of detective fiction awards. Interesting. Okay, he writes mystery thrillers. I will. I'll definitely look into him. Art Taylor. Okay, wonderful. Neither of my cake layers overflowed. Congrats, Hannah. Wonderful. Because I know that you don't want your cake, especially because it's for your birthday, right? You want your cake to be, perfect and delicious and not overflowing. So I'm glad that the recipe, your oven, the batter was all kind of following the expectations there. All right, friends. I'm going to be wrapping this up. Thank you so much for hanging out with me, even if it was just for the last sprint, for the entirety of the sprints. And if you're, done with TBRathon, I totally understand. We did an entire month worth of activities. You're going to go off and participate in other readathons or take a break, whatever you want to do. I hope you enjoy your February. If you want to join the party or continue to hang out with us, like I said, we've got sprints next week, next weekend, and every first weekend of the month, but no pressure. I'm always here, but you don't have to hang out with me, I promise. Yeah, thanks for being here, Rachel. I'm glad that you got some extra reading in. I'm glad that they're cozy. I try to make them chill. Oh, wait, that reminds me. For the color change for next time, pink. We're going pink this time because I don't know. I just thought it matched the background better of like the TBRathon logo. So now it's pink. So I wanted to do that before we got off too, by the way. So you guys got a little bit of an insider look for that. Thanks for being here, Sacred Spheres. Thanks, Hannah. Gonna be clean. Yeah, don't want to have to clean the oven. Indeed. Thanks, Megan. I hope you have a good rest of your weekend. Thanks for being here, Stacy. I know you joined a little bit late, but it was good to see you. And Luisina, congrats on the first 5-star in quite some time. I'm very, very happy for you. I'm so glad that happened. And it happened during sprints. Pink for February, indeed. Thanks for being here, Craft Designed, Pretty Guardian. Glad you were here. And yeah, everyone, sleep well if you're going to bed. Enjoy the rest of your evening if you still have a few hours left. Continue to enjoy February 1st if you're on the other side of the world. Yeah, thanks for being here, friends. Okay, I will see everybody next time. Bye!